Ladies and gentlemen.
Fellow adventurer. We've got everything you need to rest and refuel.
Torn. Thank you for the 5 months of support there, Torn. I appreciate that. Good morning, everybody. How we all doing? What's up? Go for it. Painting Looper, Looney Lorna. 4:30 is a little bit too early there, Looney Lorna. Merrick. Good morning. Clayton. Torn. Got everybody, I think. Yeah. Ooh, sorry for the surprise time away. It was interesting. What was it? Yesterday we had an inspection, but it was from the city. It was the people that we rent from too, but it was the city that wanted to do the inspections, but they told us about it. So yesterday was Wednesday. They told us about it Tuesday morning that it's going to happen on Wednesday. So of course, you know, we've never really had an inspection of any sort from our rental people or anything much. So we, you know, just wanted to make sure, crossing our T's and dotting our I's, we're really good about keeping the place up to date on things. But you know how it is. So, but yeah, they came here. Everything was good. Had some positive comments from the property manager about how nice everything looks, and that's right. Make things better than when we got here. That's how we do it. But yeah, it was good. I always love it though, and when people that don't know what I do come into the workshop. So it's always the best. The reaction is always the best. Totally unexpected for them, you can always tell. Lease inspection. Yeah, this wasn't a lease inspection. This was the city. The city is doing a lot of safety inspections. I don't know if you guys heard about that building collapsing in Davenport. It was all over the news, but apparently,
Hail, noble ally.
You know, some people died.
These treasures as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
It's made the whole area kind of a more paying attention to safety protocols, you know. So that, you know, he just kind of checked and made sure the fire smoke detectors were in the right place and working, and checked the carbon monoxide detector. Wow, it's so clean in here. I must be in the wrong workshop. Oh, it is. It's very nice. There's nothing like the feeling of a clean workshop. All right, let's get it messy again. Here we go. All right, let me get you guys your wisdoms. Thank you very much for the 56 months there, Corin. I appreciate it, man. All right. Ah, jeez. Still gotta get the new cable. Good morning, Colleen. I don't know if I said hi to you or not. And what's up there, Kim? Kim? I'm just gonna call you Kim. Hi, I found you on Instagram a few days ago. Your work is so amazing and your stream is so chillin'. Thanks for that. Oh, thanks for being here. I appreciate it there, Kim. What's up, Saint? How you doing? Yeah, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Okay. Hold on one second here. What's up, Toadstool? Okay, so last thing we left on doing was we made our characters detachable, right? Oh yeah, let me get to the, oops, sorry. Sorry. Like my scatter brain. Let's see here. Dragon's Breath. Okay, this can be for... This can be for Torn. Hey, what's up, True? They're behind me now. Oh, the Tea Party pawns. Success is not about what you accomplish in life, it's about who you become in the process. Wow, that's a really good one. That's so true. Success is not about what you accomplish in life, it's about who you become in the process. Okay, and this one's for Corn. The truest adventure is not in what you can find, but in what you can give, like a hobbit who gives up his comfort for the sake of others. There we go. Good way to start the morning. Thank you for the support, folks. Yeah, I'm from the Quad Cities, America. Middle America. Coffee is good. Okay. So we need to make a texture on his shirt. But I was thinking we need to make a tool for that. We attempted to make the tool and got really close, but then fell short. So I'm thinking we're gonna try and do it again. So let's see here. Let me grab a handle. Tool time. That's right. St. Louis. All right. You're what, south of me? All right. Here's a tool handle. Now we were using memory wire. I think this time I can do it, and this time I'll do it successfully. We just need to not bend. We just need to not bend it so severely. And don't do any filing until after the bends are in place. Ah, Berlin, alright. Wie geht's es dir? My wife is from, actually from Germany. We're always bringing in the Germans. She studied in Berlin, actually. Okay, I don't know, I can't tell if these are, the thickness is any different between these. This one looks thicker. This one looks the thinnest. Desk inspection, yeah. Now we used it as an opportunity to just, you know, pretty much spring cleaning, you know, reset the whole house. So yeah, I know. I need to like, hold on. I need to like get some clay and stuff over here. I need to cover this up. I'm just kidding. Guys act like it was terrible. Come on. All right, let's cut a piece. Let's cut a piece of this. All right, we need like a V shape that's about the size of his nose, based on the reference here. About the width of his nose. I bet you found things you lost. Not too. Not really. I've got it all set up so if anything gets lost, it's literally got to be right below me on the floor. So, of course, there was some things down there, like the mushroom. I almost lost this. Just have to sort through the debris mixture of wire snippings and clay bits. And, you know, make sure there's nothing important in there. Okay. We're about there. About a 90-degree angle. Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, Corin got the European hookup. I went to Germany with like 4 pounds of cast clay. I only used 1.5, I think. So I gave the other 2 unused boxes. Was it 2? I think it was 2. To Corin. Special delivery service, yeah. From my own hand, 2 cast clay boxes. So what are your initial thoughts so far? Yep, and it definitely has a that type of quality for sure. Okay, we're not quite. Okay, this needs to be bent a little bit more, like this. It's about the width of his nose. Mom and pop when you're in the shop. Oh, I always wondered that. Okay, so you're looper with your computer in the house, and then you're logged into mom and pop when you're out in the shop. I see. It all makes sense now. So now we'll know where Looper is. We got our eyes on you, Looper. We know where you're at. Okay, let's see here. Let's spin this a little bit like this. Careful not to break it. Let's give this a cut right there. Let's just see if we put this in here, how it'll kind of come together. It just might do the trick right there. Oh yeah? Pinocchio. Let's cut this one just a little bit more. I don't know if I've seen that yet. Not sure. Alright, that's better. Okay. Now let's take some super glue. And some activator. Hey, what's up, Ches? How you doing? It's about time for a new super glue soon, huh? Gonna let it work its way down in there. Go. I'm doing good. Doing really good. Oh. Nice. Yeah, we'll just put that right up there. That's fine. Hey, what's up, Bandito? Alright, let's see how our new tool works here. Let's just do a little test run here. Going for a very particular kind of cloth texture here. It's working. There it is. Chevron? What's that? I think that's what it is, actually. Hold on, let me look it up. Yeah, that's that type of pattern, kind of, or like that uniform material. Yep, perfect. Okay, all right. Well, let's start applying the texture here. We'll start from the seam line. Start from the seam line and work our way to the edge, and then from there to the edge. We'll have to hand tool it in areas that we can't reach with the tool. But we'll use the tool as like a guideline, essentially. You know what? Let me see. Just remove him. Ah, that's better. All right. It is the ability to like make equal spacing between tool markings. It's just it's a practice thing. On the saddle, huh, there, Morph? Saddles can be fun to make. Play a fun detail. Back in the saddle again. I think that's gonna work out good. Now we only need to do, let's see here. It's all kind of covered up here. Covered. And here to about here is covered. Just go like this. So that's covered. And then that's all covered. So we only have to do this section in here and then this section in here. So don't even have to cover the whole thing. The back side, we'll have to figure that out when we get there. Right. Well, on a character that you know, on a character that's well defined, that you know, you can, you know, you don't have to you don't have to overwork areas that you know are going to be covered up. But when you are doing like an original character, for example, and you don't quite know, then you need to kind of leave your options open. Create like an overlap. It's part of that not getting attached to the work too, you know? Not feeling bad about covering something up for the sake of the design later on. It was so funny when the inspector people were here yesterday. Emma's so sociable with other grown-ups, so it's hilarious. She immediately was like showing them her workshop and her sticker box and all kinds of stuff. It's so funny. We heard from 2 people yesterday that they thought she was like 5 years old, just because of her size and her ability to talk. It's like, no, she's only 3.5. Yeah, right. Sticker box inspection. It's just so funny that she didn't even question who they were and why they were in the house. Yeah. they're just mom and dad's new friends. In her mind, I'm sure. And these little wrinkle areas are definitely gonna have to get in there more and do. I want to experiment here. Let's see if we alternate directions with each row. Oh no, that gives us a different pattern, see? Yeah, that gives us a different pattern. This is the pattern we want. This is not the pattern you're looking for. That's the pattern. Nice little tool to add to the collection. What we'll probably do is we'll do the pattern over all this clothing area. Then we will bake it, lock it in, and then we'll do like the trimming and the buttons and all that stuff. Oh, hi. Hello, workshop looper. Death by tea, huh? And that was the last time we ever saw Looper. Choked on her last gulp of tea. Like some sort of... I've been reading a lot of fairy tales lately, so there's always these pretty brutal, punch you in the gut kind of stories. So by trying to avoid coffee and drinking tea to spare her life, she inadvertently caused her death. Her last gulp of tea. The end. And they live happily ever after. The end. Okay, so now, let's see here. I need to do the next section. Okay. I don't know if we should go to these hard to reach areas right away or if we should do them all at the end. Maybe at the end. Speaking of focus, time to go get some coffee. I'll be right back. You know, you can build your focus, you really can. Your patience and your focus can be built. I wasn't able to just sit there and like do like meticulous detail for as long as I do now. But it's just like it's like any sort of exercise, right? You get into it, you do the texture or whatever you're working on, and just stay in there as long as you can. Eventually you gotta break out of it, or you lose focus or whatever. Then you go back at it, you know, and you're slowly over time you build that ability to just say, okay, I'm gonna sit here and do this for like, you don't think about how long it's gonna take or anything like that. You just stay in that, and you get into what's called into the zone or a flow state, you know. So it's not something you just develop overnight. You just have to really slowly build up. Hyper focused. Yeah. The best way I can describe it is it's like you get into this frame of mind where you're not even doing the work yourself, and it's like your hands are staying in the present. Yeah, exactly. It's like by being focused on one simple thing so much for you know, it blocks out everything else around you, and that's what makes sculpting or any sort of craft
what they, you know, they always say it's like meditative. Well, that's because it is. Because meditation is the ability to just not think, not let your mind wander, and, you know, to control your thoughts to the point where you're focused on one thing. So by doing an activity like this, it's forcing you to focus on one thing, and naturally you just kind of inadvertently block out everything else. So it's a way to practice meditation without sitting there doing nothing. It's great. Right, yeah. Like, I couldn't focus like this intensely, working like this all day. It's like it's like how a somebody who's an ocean diver without the scuba gear and stuff. You know, the more you do the ocean dive, you like go under and you're like you hold your breath, and then but eventually you gotta come up for air. So this is me coming up for air. Then I'll go get my coffee, come back, and then I'll dive back in. You know, so. The gateway experience from SoundCloud. Okay. The longer you've been working through the class, the longer your focus has switched from short, like really intense couple hours of focus. I'm able to focus a healthy amount for quite a few hours a day. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Oh, oops. Yeah, Nightbot gotcha. That's okay. Well, can you join the Discord and share it in Discord? That's the best place to share stuff. That way everybody can see it. Or, I mean, we can get you a permit. I got the link right here, so we're good. Let's see here. Copy paste it. Alright, let me go get some coffee. I'll be right back.
right. $355. Oh, nice. Yeah, if we that's good, because if there's always a part of me that thinks that like Twitch would pull a fast one and not give us the 300 marker because of the fact that it hasn't changed over on the actual dashboard, you know. Makes me like there's systematically it just wouldn't give it to us. You still need a buffer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Hey, I'm not complaining about having more subs, that's for sure. We did, yes, we did. Well, we're kind of phasing out the beans, so that's something we've been planning on doing, and it's something we're just, the system needs to be reworked, so it's best to kind of turn it off for now. Yeah. We had a phase like that before, cool beans, where we reworked everything, so we turned it off in the meantime. Yeah. Yeah, that needs a rework. It's time for that. A time for a rework with that. We've never really fully settled on something that it's like a difficult balance between coming up with something that's fun and cool, but also doesn't get out of hand and absorb too much time, you know. We have some good ideas, but again, they need time to kind of execute. So the doubloon price hike. Yeah, going through another wave of inflation in the cnotbusch kingdom. No beans, yeah. Yeah. The beans are phased out. The spicy ones aren't even spicy for me anymore. My taste buds are destroyed. On to the next thing. It was time. Yeah, well, and even Guide the Raid and stuff and VIP hasn't even been used too much, you know, so. We're gonna balance the economy by just shedding it off. Actually, hold on, I need to move something around here. Now it's the one chip challenge. No. We will not be eating spicy chips.
Bean Academy. No, it's not just that. It's not just the spiciness and everything. It's just you know. I'm pretty active with avoiding like natural flavors in my normal eating diet, but then to just be consuming them in bean form on stream, you know, a little counterproductive. It's a lovely little hard to reach spot. Right. Time for something new. Hey, what's up, Promo Fox? I am doing well. How are you? All right, working and lurking, getting stuff done. Always good to hear. I think we'll use a tool like this to get these little in-between areas done. Beancoin. Invest in our new cryptocurrency. Beancoin. There's been a new wave of NFT kind of scams going on. So it's always so funny when a new like scam gets figured out, because I always get like a wave of emails. All with the same like punchlines and everything, and then I get to have fun messing with them, pretending like I don't know what's going on. It's essentially, it's like somebody approaches you, they wanting to buy your artwork as an NFT, but then they say, but they'll only they've set up on a certain marketplace, and you need to go and mint your artwork there so they can buy it. But really, they just want you to mint it, which costs money, and then they collect the little fee for the minting. And there you go. That's how it works. We'll probably just use this one. Random links, yeah. Yeah, it's always a thing, you know. I've been on the internet a long time. It's just you always look at anything with a skeptical eye first. You have to vet anything that you look into. I'd say in like 98% of scams, it's you have to do something in order for the scam to work. So if you just don't do anything, then you're good. You know, usually you have to do the work for the scam to work. If only you could get paid for not doing anything. It's just like the wisdom we read earlier, that it's not the like the getting paid. It's not the reward or the objective, but you know, working hard for what you have changes you into a different person, you know, and that's the kind of person we want to be. You know what I mean? The old folks always said it. They always had it right, saying it builds character. It really does, you know. It'd be like if you become wealthy without having to work for it. It becomes more of a curse than it is a blessing. Because you don't have the character. The character to back it up. That's why you see that cycle time and time again of really, you know, someone who becomes really successful and you know, financially grows and then passes away and leaves it all to their kid who didn't do anything or didn't work hard in life at all, and then they just, you know, blow it all on drugs and whatnot, and then there you go, family reset. I've heard of that cycle time and time again. I'm slopping over with character. Yeah, so with the class, you know, this class has been funded by a person, a community member, a shadowy figure in a dark alleyway of cnotbusch Kingdom approached me with a little bag of coins, saying, "Make the class happen." So that's why we're doing this character. And then after we get done with the character, the person also funded the painting lessons for that character. And then after that, if we want to continue doing classes, I'm probably going to, we'll probably set up some sort of a goal and see if we can just community fund more of the classes. Yeah, we'll set the goal for how much that would take and make it happen. So, right. I've looked into other possible ways to find funding to make those classes happen from like outside type sources, you know, like there's all kinds of like educational art grants and scholarships out there. I just haven't found anything yet. Until then, we will have to be funded by the people. By the people, for the people. What do you mean? They don't know what? But yeah, if you want to, you can join. These classes are meant to be something that's long lasting, something we can point people to. For, you know, people that are coming into sculpting and wanting to learn more. Just about creating that resource that before I didn't really have anything to point them to, like here, you know. And ideally, we would create more and people could follow along with those too, because every project will offer new lessons to be learned. But ideally, after you've done one of these classes, you'll be equipped enough to be able to venture out on your own. Oh, sure, yeah. Well, that opportunity will... If you're interested, I do offer one-on-one lessons too, if that's what you're interested in. Something more step-by-step, one-on-one. Speaking of which, my you guys remember Greg, my student, who worked through a project start to finish together, the assassin. We're going to be doing another project together starting this Sunday. So after we get done with our normal class, I'll be doing evenings with him. He's back for more. Your bank account disagrees? You didn't even know how much it costs. What if it was like $3? It's not $3. Yeah, you're right. Well, that's why I like offering the free option, because I know how it is to have the ambition to learn, but not have the money to get anything official going. Second mortgage was worth the 15 minutes of one-on-one time. Yeah. Anytime you want to do another one there, Clayton, just sign over the rest of your house to me. We'll call it even. And go ahead and start packing. Be coming over to move in. Yeah, the end of the month. Sounds pretty good to me. True. Probably not. Probably not as cute. Hey, what's up there, Mr. 18 Vix? So I've been meaning to ask, do people trap air bubbles intentionally with sculpts to get a result? Not that I know of. I saw someone in Discord talking about an air bubble affecting something when they baked. I mean, maybe there's room for some sort of cool technique there. Maybe you're onto something. But no, this clay will not explode with an air bubble. It can deform if there's like a bigger air bubble. but it won't explode. That's what prompted the question. Yeah, I've never had personally. I've never had an air bubble problem that big. If anything, it's like a little one close to the surface, but usually you can see it. Usually you can see it when it's you know, you can see the air pocket moving around as you're sculpting it, and I usually just pop those. I usually just cut a little slit, you know, as I'm sculpting, and then push the air out. Yeah, we got it. We made one. Working pretty good. Let's see that. Creating a nice zigzag pattern. Yeah, it's cured. It's been baked. Yep. And, yeah. No worries there. This right here, yeah. So we're gonna texture this, then we're gonna bake it, and then we're gonna do the all the detail on the seam here. So it'll be like a strip of sewn material with the buttons. Hey, what's up, Chili Dog? Hey, Ghoul, thanks for hanging out with us. Catch you later, my friend. Yeah, so there's like yeah, exactly. There's like a, what is it? Like a plaid. He's got like this scarf thing that wraps around him like this. So that's why there's nothing here. Nothing in this area. We did a little bit of overlap that will get covered, you know, some of that texture will get covered up, but it's all right. That word always makes me think of Stargate. Chevrons. You know what? I totally just realized that there's such a good feeling or like, I love the way the plot of Stargate plays out. You know, it's like that classic nerdy science guy that has been studying something his whole life and he's the expert on it, and then gets like invited into like a secret program that shows his research to be true and all this stuff. And I was just thinking, the movie, you remember the movie Atlantis? The like animated one? It has the exact same plot. And I like that one a lot too. Same idea though. Nerdy, you know, nerdy, super smart expert on a specific topic. Gets invited, secret program, and goes on a big adventure. Yeah, literally the same character, same plot between the guy from Stargate and the guy from Atlantis. Those copycats. Both great movies though, so I guess it works. Yeah, I agree. Another strategy to add to our inventory. Did I apply anything to the hair before making the lines? No. You essentially you make the shape of the hair first. Like, think of like Lego hair, right? Just the shapes out of the clay. Then you clean up the shapes with like alcohol, isopropyl alcohol. Get it all to kind of go together. And then you go over and you make your lines initially just straight. As straight from A to B as you can. Then you go in, same with the beard. Sometimes I'll add a little bit of a squiggle at the beginning with the beard. But then you go in between those lines and you push the lines around and create the little squigglies, or you create these little deeper lines. See that? That's what really sells the hair, you know. Sells. You got to add space into there. I like that little squiggly one right there. See that? But it's best if you start off with the lines being really straight to begin with, and then add in your space, the spaces in between. Lego hair, yeah. It's official technique strategy term. I use the Lego hair method. Hey, Verdant. Happy Thursday and such. We had a crazy cold front come through here. It went from like 70s yesterday or 70s on Tuesday, Monday and Tuesday, to 30s and crazy wind. Clay Boogers and I have an inseparable bond. It's actually better to do the hand first, then attach the arm, and then bake it. So, because the arm attaches to the hand, you know. The way the arm is shaped and everything is completely dependent on the hand. So, all right, let's see here. Let's just start in the middle here, kind of like this.
I am in the Quad Cities, if you know the Quad Cities. I live right on the border of Illinois and Iowa. Walking distance to the Mississippi River. If you're not familiar with America, it's about right in the middle. The middle from all sides, right? Furthest away from it, ocean as you can be. Hopefully it's a downhill walk to it's a flat walk to the river. I would rather have an uphill walk to the river, and then you can have the downhill on the way home. So floodplain. Well, the area where my actual house is used to be underwater. Used to be kind of like swamp material or swamp stuff. They had to raise the whole neighborhood before they built it, which is why my dirt here is so good. It's like it's the best dirt I've ever gardened in, because it's a little bit sandy, so it drains really well, but it's like loaded with just, probably hundreds if not thousands of years of river nutrients, minerals and all that stuff. All that stuff the plants love. Whenever I rebake the hand, the fingers get droopy. Have you looked at, I share a method on how to create an armature for your hand. You might want to check into that. If the fingers are drooping, it's because that means it needs an armature. So some sort of structure, which you can use wire. Is that a custom tool? Yeah, we made it at the beginning of the stream today, so just in the shape that we needed it. So what's up there, Super? Welcome. Iloiwa. A handature, that's right. A handature, not an armature. An agorist? What's an agorist? I don't know what that is. We had that last night. It was 56 during the day. Horrible wind with some rain last night. Yeah, apparently there's some tornadoes just south of us, but the storm kind of like the warmer part of the storm went below us, and then we just got blasted with the cold
Well
wind.
met, loyal friend. You've made a real impact on the realm.
It's supposed to go back up,
for
though.
your contributions.
Hey, Rob, thank you so much for the, what do we have here? 17 months. Rob, thank you very much, my friend. Give some wisdom for your troubles. Let's see what we got here. Some vampire blood for Rob. Good morning. Glad I'm safe? Yeah, or else. Everything's good here. Okay. Let's see here. Oh. The power to create your own reality lies within you. Like a sorcerer harnessing the elements. That's true. In your mind. The mind sculpts the reality around us. Has the power to make you joyful and happy in miserable conditions, or miserable in wonderful conditions. It's all in the mind. Troubling wisdom. Thanks for the support, my friend. Robway 18.
Hey, thanks for being a part of it, my friend. The fellowship. The fellowship of the clay. Alright, now we need to, now we need somebody to go... Now we need somebody to do an you know, the fellowship scene where they're gathered around and they created the fellowship and Gimli tries to smash the ring with his axe. We need to do that scene, but with all our faces stitched over the characters' faces, and then a block of cosplay sitting where the ring is on the pedestal. Gimli breaks his axe on it. They'll throw me in the volcano. The fellowship of the cosplay. One does not simply Photoshop their way into Mordor. Red ticket gets to be Boromir. Where did I made this tool, Ben? I made it at the beginning of the stream today, so you can go back and watch the VOD and see how I make it. Now, I buy a special kind of wire. It's called memory wire for tool making. And memory wire holds its shape kind of like a spring does. So, get yourself some memory wire and you can just make custom little tools like this for certain jobs. Makes the job easier, that's for sure. One does not simply Photoshop their way into Mordor. So red is Frodo? Let's see. I feel like corn would be Frodo. That means Colleen is Samwise. Merry and Pippin. I called dibs on not being Frodo. I suppose I can be Gandalf. You fools. Just casually showing up, you know. Oh no, he does that in The Hobbit. Just casually showing in and out of their journey. You shall not pass. Yeah, that's right. Redo the lesson. You'll have to send your finished work to me when you guys are finished for your final grade. And if you don't pass, I take my big wizard staff and I just, you shall not pass, and just smash it, you know, from the top down. Just... There we go. Now we're on to something. I guess that means Sadie is Shadowfax. My noble steed. Lord of Labradors. Been forever, but where's the dog? She's right here. She's in her spot. What happened was before I went to Germany, we decided to right after we got back from Germany, we started to revamp her area, rebuild it essentially, and it's just been this project that we just can't quite finish up. One distraction to the next. Just hasn't been able to get it done. But eventually it will be back, I promise. Eventually. McFlaky, hello McFlaky. That's life right there, one distraction after another. I know, right? Exactly. That's why I don't beat myself up over it. So basically, Chris is just, yeah, we're slowly packing up shop here. I was hoping you guys would notice. Well, you have to be very steady for the camera to be very steady. Let me just tell you, there's a reason you don't see a lot of other people using this type of setup, because it's not easy. It's easy for me, but that's because I've been doing it for a decade. It's amazing what things can become easy if you just do them for 10 years straight. Will we get the booger nose drip and all, Zambies? Boogery nose drip. Classic. Zambies, what are you doing? You're supposed to be painting. Why are you running through the wind? Why are you running through the woods with boogers coming out of your nose? What's wrong with you? Gas packing up shop. No, we're not. I'm just joking. Look, we're trying, alright? We're trying. There's always more to do than there's time. We're playing the long catch-up con. Yeah, so it'll be just like Blair Witch Project there, Zappis. Tripping through the woods. Yeah, yeah, right here. There's the button. Ketchup Con. Ketchup Con 2024. Does it exist? Is there a ketchup convention? That's on my list of things to get better at making homemade ketchup. Sauces and ketchup, just sauces in general, homemade sauces. It's definitely an art to that. I also started I have a sourdough, like mother sourdough starter that's going. And I learned a recipe that you can take. So if you've never done a sourdough, it's essentially you have to keep feeding it fresh wheat or fresh flour with water, you know. So usually you dump out half of it. Well, if I found a recipe, you don't have to dump out the sourdough. You can actually just make a pancake with it. Just dump it out right into the pan with some butter, a little salt. It's like a savory pancake, like salt and pepper, you know, nice and flat. Both sides, and boom. I've never done sourdough, but I've always wanted to. I'm afraid I'll screw it up. Well, think about this. Think about how self-defeating that is, Zambies. I'm not going to... It'd be... Okay, baby Zambies is wanting to learn to walk, but doesn't walk because she's afraid she'll mess it up. You know? Well, then you're never going to learn to walk. Do it. Mess up, and then learn from it, you know? We get into these ways of thinking as we get older. I don't know where it comes from. That being afraid to be bad at things, or being afraid to mess up. But the reality is that's the only way to learn something. Be bad at it. Mess up. That's fine. Right, yeah. So you have to feed it daily, and you do 1-1-1 ratio. So one measure of the start. I usually do 120 grams, and then 120 grams of water and 120 grams of fresh flour. Mix it up, and then it fills the jar. It like poofs up really crazy. So over the next like 12 hours. Right, yeah. So you can keep it in the fridge, and instead of feeding it every 12 hours, you only have to feed it like once a week or once every 2 weeks. You just like kind of like bring it back to life out of the fridge. Yeah, it's not as hard as you would think to do. But and then the actual making of the sourdough bread, that's quite a process. It's fairly simple. It's like you mix the ingredients, you let it rest for 30 minutes, then you knead it a little bit, and then let it rest again for like, you know, an hour. It's like an all-day kind of like mixing and resting, poofing process. So, but anyways, let me get some coffee. I'll be right back.
All right. I wanted to be distracted for a moment more and show you guys what new seeds I got for this year for my garden. So I'm really like stocked up on just general vegetable seeds, just from every year I have like a certain budget I'll spend on new seeds each year. This year I'm focusing a lot on herbs. And I started gathering my own seeds from the garden, so it's like once you buy a seed one time, you don't need to ever buy it again. Let me show you. Let's see. These are the ones from Baker Creek. Some mint, oregano, cilantro, slow bolt, stevia. I want to try growing some of my own stevia. Marshmallow, which this plant has all kinds of medicinal properties, but it's essentially where marshmallows even come from too. So St. John's wort, very good one. I've tried growing this a few times, but I failed. So this year I think I got it. Thyme. We need more thyme. And this is a freebie they threw in, but this looks pretty cool too. Those are tomatoes. Isn't that cool? Like little pop them in your mouth, little snacky tomatoes. Spoon tomato. So I've grown some tiny Tims, which are really small, but those look pretty funny. Those look pretty cool. I don't know. And then mullein, which mullein is great for all kinds of different things. It's called cowboy toilet paper, but it's useful for a lot of respiratory stuff, which in this day and age you can't have enough of. Caraway. This is an herb that adds a lot of flavor, especially to like a savory flavor, to like rye bread and stuff like that. Anise, another medicinal one. This one tastes like licorice, actually, black licorice. Now, strong flavor of licorice. Wonderfully fragrant. It's got a nice smell. Toothache plant, which is cool. This one, it actually will it'll numb the inside of your mouth. Yeah, it'll numb your tongue and mouth to ease discomfort. It's a good one to have. Broadleaf sage. Mammoth Long Island dill. There's another cilantro. Calendula. This is a really pretty flower, but it also has a lot of medicinal properties, so double whammy. Cowboy toilet paper for respiratories. Well, they say it's cowboy toilet paper because the leaves are really soft and strong, and it just kind of grows throughout the Midwest, pretty readily available. So that's where it got that name. But the actual plant itself, if you make a tincture out of it, it's got a lot of beneficial properties for fighting respiratory illness and stuff. And then let's see, we got holy basil and dark opal basil. I don't know. That's my new additions. Preferably before the cowboy gets it. Yeah, right. How big is my garden? It's pretty big. I don't know how big it is, like square footage wise, but pretty big. It's kind of like an urban farm, really. It's probably like, my yard's probably about 2 or 3 times the size of my house, and my house is 800 square feet.
Just wash it first. Well, so a cool trick with the mullein, which isn't not something you're supposed to do, but it's good to know. It grows into like a long stalk up the top, and it got these beautiful flowers on the top, and then it grows all these seeds where the flowers are. And if you take those seed heads and you crush them up and put them into a body of water, it actually knocks the fish out. They just float up to the top, and then you got food. But not allowed, of course. You're not supposed to do that. But valuable knowledge to know. If a life or death situation ever were to be in effect, stranded in the wilderness, and you see a mullein plant. Can you imagine being the first person that discovered that? He's just like walking by a body of water, just grabs a bunch of seeds and just throws them in the water just randomly. And all of a sudden, all these fish start popping up on the surface. It's like, oh man. Fish cheat codes, yeah, right. I bet whoever that guy was fished that way his whole life. And when people started catching on, that's probably when I was like, all right, we gotta put some regulations down here, or we're gonna run out of fish. Yeah, right. I always like to wonder about those times when things were discovered. To be in that person's head. I mean, I would say you get to experience it, and that's why I'm so really like passionate and addicted to learning about plants. Is you do get to really experience, to be on this in this world for so long, and yet to learn all these crazy new things of plants that are just, I mean, you see it if you go hiking in the woods and you see all these plants all around you, and you have no idea what their names are, or what they do, what their properties are, or what they can be used for. It's always amazing to learn that they all have uses, you know. Old man Bob down the street, he's really good at tree identification, because he used to be a tree trimmer guy. He can look at any tree and tell you exactly what it is, and that'd be a nice skill to have. Because a lot of plant identification is linked to trees. If you know the trees, you can read the woods so much easier. Or mushroom hunting, especially. Certain mushrooms only grow around certain trees or on certain trees. You ever read Clan of the Cave Bear? I've not. It's a book that has a medicine woman and they reference medicinal plants and it's all accurate. Oh, that's cool. So it's like a story, but it's actual, like based on truth kind of thing. Lion of the Cave Bear, okay. I'll have to check it out. Not for children. Banned? Why? Book banning, huh? Probably tells too much medical things. They don't like that. Why would they ban any book on it, right?
Banning is keep them out of school libraries, not all libraries. Oh, I see. Okay, school library. Gotcha. I thought you meant just like where you can't even buy it or find it. It's like, oh, okay. Guess they do that, huh? Gotcha. Okay. Need to feed that side? What, the side or? Don't worry, we will. We'll have to use this technique on that sleeve once we get this arm in place. I think we're gonna cut this. Okay, now we use the small tool to kind of clean that all up.
right, I'm gonna do this area on the top here too. All right, let's see what kind of texture this this little flap here has. This little shoulder flap. Let's see if I can get a closer look. Okay, it's got similar texture there. Just the very edge has kind of like a little bit of like a leather sewn on little leather patch. So we'll probably add that in the next layer. But we do need to continue the texture here. Do a little bit of a stitch detail in between here. That's this other side looking. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Okay, let's see what parts on the back are covered up, so we don't have to texture all of it. Okay, so pretty much this whole area, other than this edge of the shoulder here, is essentially covered up. There's a small patch here in the middle that we can see in between the belts, so we have to texture this whole region here. And then just got his scarf. That's the scarf. So this whole area is seen right here. This whole area over here. This whole area is pretty much covered up. We'll do a little bit of texturing along this edge right here. That's it. There you go. That'll make Bentley happy. Greetings, sister. Alright, we do that little stitch line here. We can't really see up there, but let's just do this here.
there. You know what? Let me actually texture a little bit more in this region here, because there's a chance, because of the direction of the wind, it's gonna the cloth that's hanging here is gonna be more in this direction, revealing more of that. So let's see here. So what we want to do, everything in this region here. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I'm liking how this is looking so far. Oh, very good. Hey, Grandma. Doing wonderful. How are you doing? This is what we got so far on the piece. Working on his clothing texture. And this is a 2-character scene here. Let me show you. I don't know if you've seen this one, Grandma. Also did check out my backpack here for a little character. This is it's for this guy right here. This is our character for our class that I've been teaching on Sundays. Been showing how to make this character start to finish. Sunday morning free class if you guys want to join. All the videos are saved and available for watching and following along. It'll be kind of like this once it comes off the board. For skip arm day. Blacksmith proportions. Oh, with his arms? Yeah. Also, I can show you the sketch for this piece. We've pretty much been working on this cute and a hard worker, yeah, right? He's picking some mushrooms in the woods. Let me show you the sketch for the current project.
This is something I started doing with my projects, Grandma, where instead of jumping straight into the final version, I do like a sketch, like as a 2D artist does, but with a different type of clay in a 3D way. So you can see here's the sketch, and then here's the real deal. So this takes me about a day to render, and it's in this material that when you heat it up, it gets softer and softer, so you can get it really soft and just throw it around and move it really quickly, you know, stay really loose, just like a sketch. And then just visualize the idea, you know, just enough to get the idea. And then we take that and we use it to make our final version here, which is the full detail, full rendered version. So it's looking good. Yeah, the time it takes to make this sketch, like I said, it's about one session or one day. And what it does is it helps us really plan things for the final version. Let you first kind of like see problems that might come up, or maybe I should do things differently for the actual version. So it's definitely worth it. And it also is good for the client themselves to see what my idea is for their project before actually getting into the real time-consuming part. Do you have a loop of guitar string? I don't really use the guitar string loops, or rakes is what they're called, so. Add, subtract, or change. Yeah, exactly. Because that takes me, like I said, that sculpt right there, 2 characters took about, you know, maybe like 7 hours to do that sketch. But to do the actual final version, it takes, you know, potentially 100 or so hours, you know. So it's better to have to make changes on the quick sketch than it is to, you know, be like 50 hours into something and the client wants something to be different, you know. So. But yeah, I don't really do the raking. I don't use rake tools. I smooth things out a little bit differently, so. Yeah, exactly. Well, and it also helped me plan. For example, I planned to have this so they come off, you know, so they're detachable. And this will allow me to work on these characters individually, not only for the sculpting, but also for the painting. So, which I was able to kind of plan out much easier because I had a actual version in front of me, you know, a final version in front of me. All right, Rob. Hey, we'll catch you later, my friend. See ya. But yeah, for those that don't know what a rake is, it's like this. In this method is more effective in those more rigid clays, like that sketching clay I just showed you, where you have a bumpy surface here, and you want to smooth this surface. Now I just use my fingers to smooth things. But you can do a rake, which, you know, this is like, see, that's a guitar string. And you can rake over the surface, and what it does is it carves away the high spots, and will help you get a much kind of like a nice, smooth, consistent surface just by raking in different directions. So it's a way to kind of smooth out your shapes. So that's the concept behind a rake. I just don't use rakes. I just use my fingers. In polymer clay, I think polymer clay is different because it moves so, it's kind of stretchy and it moves so quickly that I just like using my fingers to blend things. But that other clay, if I was to refine it and finish it, I would probably use rakes to do that. Right. And then, you know, there's all kinds of different rakes. Like this is a saw blade, you know, for more intense raking. But I don't like to rake the polymer clay. But I can definitely see why people like using rakes with those firmer or more rigid clays like Chavant or Monster Clay. But with polymer clay, it just, I don't know. Nah. Not for me. It's the same with those silicone tip tools. A lot of people really love those. I bet I probably would love them too if I gave them a chance. I just don't do that. The reality is if you use a tool for the first time, it's not going to be very good. So, because it takes time to really learn to use any particular tool. And so if you start using a new tool, even though it's going to be better for the job that you're doing, it's going to initially seem like it's not, because you're proficient with using the tools that you do use, and the new tool you're not proficient with yet. So there's like a time period or a time frame where it's going to seem like it's not doing a better job. But it's just, you just need to learn the tool, really. Walnut pick. This is your father's walnut pick. He gave it to me. He said, keep this here walnut pick safe. Never let it fall into the wrong hands. He said, I will guard it with my life, and it shall serve me well. But I shall not pick walnuts with it. I shall pick clay. And so it was. And so it is. Now you can get this tool, you just gotta look up, if you go to Amazon and you look up wax carving tool sets, you'll see this tool. You'll see a set of tools like these, where it's like a bunch of metal tools with this kind of grippy part, and they got all kinds of different ends on both sides. And you'll find this one in there. Really good set to have. Great for detailing. Okay, so let's see here. I'm gonna start right here. Piano strings. Piano. If you try to do this texture using a tool that you have to scratch across the surface, you're going to run into a lot of clay boogers. The reason this method is so effective is I'm just pushing the clay. I'm not scratching it or tearing it. So But of course, there's a many ways to do everything up. Whatever works. Whatever works for you. Some of the micro rakes work okay on cosplay, yeah. Okay. Do a couple more rows here. Yes. Let's think about this for a minute. I think that's pretty good. Yep. Okay. So then there's a space like this region right here where we can see the fabric through the cloth and the belts. It's kind of like here. Okay, let's see. It's from here to here, and then here. So kind of like here, here. So this whole region on the other side needs to be textured. Start with the edge here. Yeah. How did I decide that? Well, okay, this is the way my thought process works. Let's see here. Let me just go back to what I was thinking when I made that decision. So I was thinking, okay, well, if I start here, wherever you start is going to dictate the flow of the rest of it, you know, because you can't just decide halfway through you're going to make a different line, you know what I mean? So if I was to start here randomly in the middle, then I'd eventually work my way to the edge, and the edge could be harder or more just weird looking, you know what I mean? Whereas here, you're not going to see the edge here because it's all covered up over in this area. So I figure let's start with the edge so we can just line it up with the edge and then just work our way that way. So that's how I made that decision. Just knowing that wherever I start is going to dictate the flow of the whole backside here. Now, wherever there's these seam lines, we can kind of end the pattern and then start the pattern again. Kind of like how I did over here. See the seam line here, I have the pattern going this way, and then I have the pattern going that way. See? Because that's the seam line in the clothes, so it's two different pieces of cloth, you know, so. Just like when I started on the front here, I started with this line here because it's going along this edge here, and it didn't matter so much here because it's all going to be covered up. So I could even add a seam line going here, kind of like continuing that halfway point down like this, and this section right here, this little patch of cloth, can all just be coming straight down, and I'll start with the seam line again, and then this section right here can be attached to the path of the backside, you know. So. Pick him off now. What other pose would you like to give to this sculpture? The pose that I already chose. If I wanted to give it another pose, I would have given it that pose. But yeah, I already locked in the pose. It's a little bit of a trickier area. I'll see. Let me hold him by the head. And this client gave me pretty much free reign. You're so confused about the... yeah, it's a little bit more of a complex one because we made it detachable, so... Do I understand that clothes crumple when moving? Yes, I do. I understand. Indeed, my friend. What's up, Louie? Water is wet. Wind blows. Fire burns. And clothing crinkles. Did you know the floor is made of floor? That I did not know. Learn something new every day. Le floor. Le floor is made of le floor. That's not nice to hold on to that way. Let's see, let's grab one by the head. Oh. The floor is actually made of lava. Gosh. You guys are all fools. Fools. Why is it detachable? Well, because of this exact reason right here. This would be so hard to get in here and texture this section on the piece if it was not detachable. Let me show you. Wait. And this is gonna carry into the painting. See, right here, I would be trying to work around this post here, you know, or I'd even have a full character if you think about it. If it was all together, we'd have a whole character here. Let's see, I don't really want to put her on there because I don't want her messing up the detail. So I'd have to work around her to get in there. So by making it all come apart. And when we get into the painting, it's going to be really nice to have that. Your name is Tim. Well, lovely to meet you, Tim. Tim. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Let's leave this seam line area, and we'll start from this side and kind of see how these two areas look before we make any decisions there. You've not seen such clothes? First time, huh? Well, now you have. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It's gonna be pretty smooth from here on out, though. The portrait, the face sculpt's being done. That's definitely the hardest part. Justice League. Is that a newer one? Or an older one? Okay, now let's continue let's put it on the stand here, and we're gonna do the back side now. New one. Okay. Okay, I wonder. I think I might have already seen that one. I just don't remember the character. Okay, I gotta take it off here. Step in. Oh, yes, the bad guy. Yep, okay. I remember. You look that up. I can't remember how his clothing looked. Steppenwolf. How can you blur sharp textures if you work with this clay? With alcohol and a brush, you can blur textures in, or kind of, you know, subtle them down. Ah, yes. Now I remember. It's kind of like a bigger version, bigger pattern to what I'm doing here. There you go. What are you making some making some ropes there, are you? Some strings? So when the missus is looking for the food processor later. Hey babe, what happened to the food? Have you seen the food processor by chance? I don't know, I haven't seen it. I don't know. Maybe we got rid of it or something, I don't remember. The blue waves. Shrinkflation. A nickel in your roll of quarters. Don't you hate when it's just it's too small of a thing to make you just gotta eat the loss? When a problem like that happens, that's just too small to make a big stink about it. Yeah. It's like you can't just go back there and be like, I had a nickel inside of my roll of quarters. They could just say, no you didn't. And let me guess, you didn't realize it until it was your last load. Classic. Hello, Cosmo. Oh. Oh, that's good. At least it didn't hinder you too much. Yeah, it is. It's definitely a different texture than the rest of the clothing.
Hey, thanks, Cosmo. I appreciate that, my friend. You want to trade quarters? Seems like a scam to me. I wouldn't trust it. Laundry mats. Laundromats. Does the place you're staying not have a hookup for a washer and dryer? My father used to fill coin-operated newspaper boxes on the street corners. He had a collection of random coins from all over the world that people used in the machine. Ah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty sweet. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see. So it's like an apartment complex washing machine. Yeah, I remember doing that. Not like a street side laundromat. Yeah. Very good, very good. Okay. So we just had to finish this section here and then clean up the sleeve area, and then we should be looking pretty good. That really tool definitely helped us with that texture. I think it looks really nice. All the areas we've left blank are not seen. So I think we'll start with the seam line of the jacket.
Tesla head. Like Nikolov Tesla. Band. Huh. The car? The coil? Gonna be in the way. Let's bend it up. Just like so. Is he from ancient times? He's from the 1600s. Epic thumbs down. Should look like he goes to the gym a lot. What do you mean? Maybe he was a starving person in the 1600s. Yuhu Itsu, oh hey, I'm glad glad you could join us. Part of the journey. I shall be your hands. May these hands be of lovers to you. Needs to be strong to protect himself from demons. Well, physical strength doesn't do anything for fighting demons. Spiritual strength is what's required. They are not in the physical world, my friend. Alright, let's do the stitching detail here. And just a general kind of cleanup. We made that tool, yeah. We made it at the beginning of the stream today. To make our little V shape. Yeah, you can go back and check it out. Go back and watch it. Probably. Probably. Hey, have a good one there, 18 Vix. We'll catch you later, my friend. Got to some pattern cleanup here. Tell me what. Well, he's a banisher in training, and his name is Red. Seems to be of Scottish descent, I believe, Irish or Scottish. His partner's name is Antea, the lady, who's also his one teaching him to be a banisher. That's about all I know. Different Red, yeah. This guy's name is Red. Banish demons.
There's a stitch on the seam line here. Okay. That's ready to be baked. We bake it, we lock it in, and then we can add the next layer, which will be, there's a nice edge here on the kind of like the overflap, and then some button details and stuff. And then there's a little piece of leather on the edge here. Oh. Looks good. We'll just leave everything as is. Toss it in the oven. Yeah, it should hold together. Let me think about this here. Structurally, we should be fine. It's not fur. I'll allow it today. That's true. It's not fur for Thursday. It should be good to bake it just like this. Should be. So let's get it tossed in there. Maybe I'll set up like a cushion around it just in case. Better be safe than sorry. I'm just gonna take some crumpled aluminum foil and kind of put it around just in case something shifts around. Because remember, this used to be one piece, then we cut it into two, and then we It was your mic. It's the mic. Oh. My microphone's making a clicking noise, is it? Could be Sadie. And now she's getting all rowdy. Will the foil make marks? Well, by the time it heats up to the point where something could shift or fall, the surface detail will be baked, will be locked in. So it could make marks if this was to just fall as a raw piece of clay, but if it's in the oven and it's baking and it falls, the foil is just there to kind of break the fall and make sure it just doesn't fall down and hit like the bottom of the oven, you know. So no. The triangle tool, yeah, made a little, it's like a little sticky noise. This one. Yeah, so. Baking standing up, that's right. Okay, well, let's get this in the oven and then we will work on a little bit of our homework before the end of this morning.
Nope, you use your normal kitchen oven. That's what I'm about to do. Let me go get it tossed in there, and then we will work on some of our homework for our character here for the class. I'll be right back. Okay, I actually forgot we have the second character separated, so we can actually start working on her. So let's switch over. Yeah, we're pretty much going to be doing the same step where we're going to start her first layer of clothing. Let me dig up the reference for that. You don't have to wait for the oven to heat up. You can just put it in the cold oven. Just add like, you know, a couple minutes onto your baking time. It doesn't have to be. I typically don't need like preheat the oven or anything. I just stick it in there, turn the oven on, you know, 35, 40 minutes, take it out. So no homework, yeah. Try to think, what are we doing in the, okay, so I do have homework. I have to finish the second hand, get it attached, and I have to sculpt the arm and bake it, because in this next class we're going over the main torso area, so like the chest, all that stuff. So I'll have to get that done sometime between now and Sunday. I'll figure it out. Right. I usually put it in with the oven cold and take it out right away, and you know, I'm all about just getting back to work and don't like to really wait around, so. Okay, 1 second here. Antea, get my Antea reference. Why is it safer? Well, okay, actually, I will say it is better to put it in a cold oven, because you can put it in there, make sure it's stable and safe, and you know, you can arrange things. You know, like I put mine in there, and then I made like a little barrier of foil, you know, to do all that stuff, and then turn the oven on instead of trying to do it while the oven's hot. Be a little more chaotic. Okay, let's see. Let me download these images real quick. There, I know that's one of those things in the polymer clay community. There's so many, you know, and some of it's true, and some of it's just wives' tales. I've come to understand, you know, the whole heating it up slow and cooling it down slow, and it's also because different clays, you know, cast clay is just very forgiving because of that flexible nature, you know. Because I used to remember doing research on when I used to use Sculpting, like, you know, how do you prevent the cracking or the little mooning from happening and stuff like that. I used to bake things completely differently when I didn't use cast clay. Cast clay, I've learned the most important thing is to get that higher temperature, because 275 is higher than what you normally do for most polymer clays. Other polymer clays, I used to do like 240, and I would bake it for longer, like 2 hours or an hour in between. But with cast clay, getting that higher temperature is important. Yep. Primo is 275 too. They're probably all 275 to be honest. Yeah. It's just, yeah, there's just, people have so many, like, you know, unless you've seen somebody actually test things next to each other, it's all just kind of like, just theories, you know. I'll even take, like, say like I sculpt a head of a character, I'll put it in the oven cold, bake it, take it out of the oven and stick it under cold water so I can keep working on it, you know. That's something you can do too. No problems doing that. Let's see. Yeah, the dowel line is very soft. It's a soft material. So probably not good to try as your first thing that you try, you know. You might have a hard time with it. Okay. Close that. Got my reference. Yeah, see, this is nice. Now that we have both the characters separated, we can have one in the oven and work on the other one while we're waiting. The only thing we can't do is we can't really, it's a little bit harder to hold on to, but we can use her arm and her head as a hold. There's even a group of polymer clay artists out there that think polymer clay is not good to touch, and they only will use gloves when working with it. But it's a non-toxic material, so there's just a lot of little like superstitions and things. It's because I think where that comes from, I think that it's where that comes from is back in the day when they first developed polymer clay, it actually was toxic because of the plasticizers that were used were toxic. The clay itself wasn't, it was just the ingredients that they used back then were different than what they use now. So microplastics is a rumor I hear. Well, microplastics are a thing, but the polymer clay is not going to get into your system through polymer clay. We're not drinking or eating polymer clay. Simply touching with our fingers. Speak for yourself. All right, all right. Okay, let's see. She's got a jacket. Okay. She's got an undershirt too. Wondering how we should go about this here. Probably do her jacket. What was that? What was what? Very light and warm beige are both available in medium firm and extra firm. Ah. Just made a joke about not eating. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, don't eat the clay. Don't do that. Okay. She's got like a shirt on, and then another shirt, and then a jacket, and then like a scarf thingy. Just wondering what. By my own rules, we should be starting with the hardest to reach layer first, which is the undershirt part that we can see here. Yeah, oh yeah, by the way there, Jumping Mouse, your recommendation actually worked. Was it you that won the 25 bucks? They're Lavida. I also need to make this line between her jaw and her neck not as sharp. I need to smooth that out. Let's hold on. Let's grab some clay glue. We can start with that. Brush. I'm seriously considering that fellow. Well, it's because I don't know why. It's because I really want to sculpt the jacket right now, but if I'm smart, I will not do that, and I'll do these layers first. Because it just makes sense. You do those layers first, then you do the jacket over, and it just becomes, you know, you bake it, and then I guess I'll listen to myself. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay. Hey, Laznik. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, we're just making this neck to jaw transition not so sharp.
Greetings, fellow adventurer. We've got everything you need to rest and refuel.
Plaid Jammy Pants. Tier 1 sub for 3 months. Happy Thursday, everyone. Hey, thank you very much there, Plaid. Let me grab one of these here for you. Uh-oh. Wisdom for you, but it's a Skull and Crossbones bottle. Let's see what it says. Oop. You have a deep inner world that is waiting to be explored. Embrace your creativity and let your imagination run wild. Indeed. You know, every human being is geared towards being creative. Maybe not doing art, but being creative is in us all. It's how we solve problems and do all kinds of things. But being creative is something you have to practice. And the more you practice being creative, the better you get at it. The more natural it happens. Writing, crochet, and music. There you go.
Well met, loyal friend. You've made a real impact on the realm. Thank you for your contributions.
Jumping Mouse. 14 months of support, my friend. You've made a real impact. Realm. Okay. Thank you for your support, my friend. Phoenix Ashes. Okay. See what we got. Regard every setback as a save point. Okay, regard every setback as a save point, symbolizing a lesson learned and a point from which to launch a new and wiser game plan. There you go. Don't look at setbacks as a bad thing, but a good thing. Even though in the moment you'll be wanting to be frustrated. Hey, what's up there, Mr. Huffo? How you doing?
Well met, loyal friend. You've made a real impact on the realm. Thank you for your contributions.
Guys are spacing it out perfectly. Hey, Laznika. Welcome. Thank you for the 15 months. Let's see, what do we got here? Bone rejuvenating tonic. Ah, very nice. Let's grow those bones back. Spread joy and kindness wherever you go, for it costs nothing, but can mean everything to someone else. So true. Some of the best things in life are free. Doesn't cost a dime. Mr. Huffle, you like that? Yeah, it's kind of, that's how, that's kind of the direction where we're going, so I feel you on that. This actually needs to go a bit more in. Falcor, yeah. Yeah, I was just designing in just a random original character and it just started looking like Falcor, so we let it happen. Of course it doesn't look exactly like him, but just another luck dragon. What's going on out there? Giggling monster. Fulgor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. His name's Fulgor. Great, that Sadie's barking at me. She's telling me it's lunchtime early, like she does every single day. Every single day of her life, she wants lunch early. Everyone's being, I know, right? Hey! Keep it down out there. Some of us are working around here. Sadie, stop it. It's not time yet. She like literally thinks I'll forget. If it wasn't up to her, that I would forget mealtime or something. The funny thing is she's probably right. So there's been some days where she has reminded me. And I'm like, oh yeah. No, I was forgetting something. First you work, then you eat. Oh man. But if she asks every day, one of these times, yeah, that's what happens. One of these times, she does have to have her lunch earlier for whatever reason, like we're going on a road trip or something. And I bet she attributes that to all her bothering me. You know, it finally pays off, you know. Then she turns to Annie and says, look, see? Persistence pays. Pays off. Hey, Mr. Huffo. Glad to see you again too, man. Don't be a stranger now. We'll see you again later. Okay. That's better. All right, let's see. Let's add our clay glue here. Kind of goes to the base of the neck here. Are you twisting words of wisdom into Sadie versions? There's a shirt line that goes like this. Actually, it even goes a little higher. All right, and she's got two necklaces. Wondering when we should add those. They're pretty small. Let's just do the shirts first, and then we do the necklaces. Material here. Okay, Looney Lorna. We'll catch you later. Right. Yes. Anytime you're attaching the clay to an unbaked clay to baked clay, or unbaked clay to anything else like wood or anything like that, that's when you need the glue. Once you've got your initial layer you're established, then you don't need to worry about using the glue. The clay will stick to itself just fine. But once it's been cured, it no longer will stick to the cured layer. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's use a negative or subtractive method to create this lip here. What tool I need? This one. Maybe this one. We're gonna use this one. We're just gonna push down, create an overlap. Okay. Just gotta clean up the shape here. You mentioned before you use fabric glue or Elmer's glue to hold in place. Experimenting with fabrics today. What, to glue fabrics like onto your work in mixed media? Is that what you're trying to do? You have some like real actual fabric. Correct. Just making a bunch of reference for future use. Staple gun works well. So you're attaching fabric to like baked clay, or where are you gluing the fabric to? Or are you just trying to get the fabric to harden up, eventually? I could see like Elmer's glue working for that. Like taking some fabric, drenching it in Elmer's glue, and then like positioning it, and then it like hardens up into like a solid object to mold the fabric, right? Yeah, I think a white glue like Elmer's glue, or you know, something that will air dry, and yeah, I bet fabric glue would work for that too. Need to find archival safe white glue. Right. You could even mess around with, you know, changing the viscosity of it by adding some water if it needs to be a little bit thinner.
Listen closely, traveler, to what I say. Twitch Prime does not even cost a dime.
The Hobby Hermit. Well, thank you, my friend. Thank you for supporting my work. I appreciate that. Something that isn't going to yellow over time, right? Yeah, Elmer's glue will yellow, won't it? PVA glue is the actual term you want to search for Elmer's glue. It's called PVA glue. So, what about Mod Podge? I'm always reminded of Elmer's glue when I use Mod Podge. Even has a similar smell, so it's probably just formulated a little bit different. Typically you would mix half glue, mix it 1/2 and 1/2 glue and water, and place the fabric over a form. Would you dunk or dip the fabric in the glue mixture first, then drape it over the form? I would imagine something like that. You definitely got some experimenting to do there, Recycled Youth, but you're on the right track with PVA glue. PVA glue for sure. Alright, folks. We are going to let things rest there. I will be back on tonight at... I have tons of Mod Podge. Didn't think of that. Yeah, Mod Podge would work, I think. We'll continue with our pieces tonight. We'll probably switch back to our other character and just kind of... Right now we're in a stage where we're just going to bounce back and forth between the characters doing the layers of clothing. And they have a lot. The clothing is about as complex as their hair. What was that? Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, no, I won't be right back. I'll be back later. Let's find my picture frame. Oh, picture frame fell. Oops. Okay, alright. Almost got him. Let's see, let's get somebody to raid here. Thank you everybody for joining me. As always, thanks for all the support, and I will be back tonight at 5 p.m. Central Time. We'll continue on with our Banishers piece, and yeah, take it from there. Let's see. Give me 1 second here. Let me find somebody to raid. I'll also be back tomorrow morning for our Friday stream. So hopefully I'll see you guys then. Tonight we'll start working on our characters, and then when it's Emma's bedtime, we'll probably switch to working on our homework then. That's when we'll kind of get rid of it. So let's see here. All right, we got our raid target. Fire, metal, and goldsmithing shenanigans. Okay, sounds good. I'm not sure how you say that name. Caritisa. Goldsmithing? Metalsmithing? Let's go check it out. Okay. We'll see you in there, folks. Till next time. Bye-bye.